Okay, we're back. Okay, so I figured out a couple of things since yesterday. When it comes to scattering stuff. And now I want to work on this area a little bit. To see what else can we add here. Okay, I got a bunch of stuff in the ground, which is kind of nice. Barely getting 30 frames per second here. Definitely can improve that. But yeah, we're getting a lot more detail. I really like this. We could probably add more rubble to the ground, some concrete and stuff like that. That will be nice. Some cables and lights. That'll be cool. I got this enemy spawner, so now the enemy comes out and jumps a little bit. Yeah, I don't want this enemy to be defending itself when it blocks. So we're gonna change that stuff. Actually, I think we could probably do it here. I'm gonna make a copy of this one. I'm gonna call it bug. So this behavior tree is gonna be specific to the bug, and all I want is to take the defense out of it. Right there. Then we can work a little bit more on the enemies. But today I wanna work a little bit on the environment and take it easy a little. These 2 days have been kind of slow, just fixing stuff. think now it does not defend itself, which is, it kind of makes more sense. Then I will make it so it like jumps at you. Yeah, it kind of waits a little bit there. Could probably make them a little faster. And take the weighting off. But it's kind of cool, like how they jump out from the ground. Yep, that weighting, it's like he receives damage and then stops. We don't want that. That's kind of cool. Okay, I'm just gonna take the fog off, and if I turn the PCG on, performance really drops in the editor, because this is like a huge area. So I'm kind of like dividing the PCG graphs in little squares, so hopefully World Partition will get some of them unloaded. So I'm gonna turn off most of them. Just gonna leave number 2 and 7. Just to get a visual. Yeah, these are actually very big. Very big areas. Okay, so what else can we add here? Kind of want something on top. It will be very cool to have some mech pieces on top, like very huge. Broken mech pieces, kind of like what is left of the after like a big mech fight. Let me see if I can find something for this. I think we can probably use something like this. this kind of hand. Yeah, I don't really like the design of this. This is a little nicer. I think, yeah, we could probably use something's happening with the scrolling. Yeah, let's go with this one. I think this one might work. Just gonna make a folder called mech hand. It comes all separated, which is kind of nice if you want to like pose it or rig it or do something with this, but I think we could probably just make it huge. Let's match the scale a little better, maybe like 20. Oh, I think, yeah, I think that kind of works. The thing here is that the pivot point is not placed. They all share the same pivot point, so it kind of like comes together, but could probably pose this in a better way. But again, that's getting a little bit out of topic. Just gonna merge this one. We still have the separated pieces if we want to like pose it and make it nice. Yeah, probably should have done that in without any rotation. But we can just copy that box rotation and I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah, a little bit more aligned. Okay. Let's see if we can find the other material. I might have it here. Rust panel. I think this one might look better. A little bit. Hey, how's it going, Chris? I'm adding some like a robotic arm to this area. Yeah, finally figured out the scattering stuff, so now we have a bunch of detail on the ground. I want to find some cool cables and wires. Oh, those are very good. Yep, let's get those. Yeah. Yeah, that's the hard thing. How to make things performant. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to learn. How to make something look good and run in real time. That's the difficult thing. Okay, here we don't need too many cables. We don't want to go too crazy with this. This one, nope. Yeah, these are very cool wires. And we don't need most of this because it's gonna get too noisy here. Just need a couple of them. Yeah, those we don't need. I think even two of them. I really like these ones. That one I'm gonna keep for something else. And here we just need just these two. I think we can even one of them might get the job done. Yeah, that's another thing, like knowing how much detail you need to add without like making things too noisy. Yeah, it's it's very cool. I still want to add a different things. It really makes the whole thing look different. Okay, let's get this somewhere close. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think it's most likely. I think the game is going to be a free roam, kind of like go do whatever you want in whatever order. I think that's probably what's. kind of like a more of like an exploration game. Trying to find a nice spot for these cables. That kind of makes more sense to go in this order. Let's see, oh, it's a little less, Yeah, to be honest, I don't know how this is not crashing my computer. Yeah, there's a lot of work to do with the enemies, so they behave how I expect them to. That's kind of cool. This cable, kind of want to use it somewhere else. I need to get some sparks. I don't think I have them in this project, but it would be super cool to get some sparks VFX. I think I do have some of them here. Oh. Oh, let's see. Maybe I do have some of them. Nope. Not quite the ones I'm expecting. Oh, I think I might have them here. Oh, yep. Oh, that's kind of like welding sparks. Might work. We also have static mesh. No, but we want something that moves. This goes down and the other one goes like that. I think that one might work. I know I have other types in the other project. Yeah, I'm kind of like making a test to see if I can really run this thing. Let's try something like that. Yeah, these debris are placed using PCG. I figured out the IA scatter. It was the errant landscapes which was causing the problem. I needed to ignore that segment of the landscape with the errant landscapes. So I figured it out, but I also decided to use PCG for the ground. Oh no, it's just a static. Oh, that's a shame. Pretty sure I had the animated version. Yeah, pretty sure I had the animated version somewhere. No, don't tell me that it's just static. Oh, might be just static. Yeah, it's a static mesh. Oh my god. I think the other project we had some sparks. It's okay. Let's just leave it there as a reminder. Yeah, the PCG graph is the forest. Now we don't. Probably I don't know when they added this, but the new Unreal, they have like PCG presets, so I'm using the forest preset and then I modified stuff from there. So the graph is like super simple. It is like world ray heat query, and then surface sampler, density filter, transform points, and static mesh spawner. We are not using the self pruning. Actually, we are not using that one. The gameplay functions. You mean the spawning of the monster? I got something working, but it's not exactly 100% done. Still wanna figure out some stuff, but I'm kind of happy because this way of doing it, we get to use some of the original animations that you see they come out of the soil, the enemies kind of like jump off. This allows me to use the original animations from for these characters, so that's kind of nice. So I have a bunch of like boxes, a bunch of volumes around that if you walk around, you get to spawn an enemy. But I will think about different ways of doing this. And every 3 minutes the box resets, so if you walk again in that space, the enemy will come back again. Now I kind of want to like make it so when the enemy comes out, it looks at you. I couldn't make that work, but I at least got the enemy to kind of like jump out of the soil with some cool VFX and sounds. That'll be nice. So I want to make it look at me when it comes out, and I want we can also make it so the enemy jumps at you. And I think I might make it a little faster. Also, I need to check the behavior tree because it kind of like it has some waiting time. When it gets hit, it kind of like stays there, and kind of want to make it more like a zombie, just kind of like running at you all the time. So yeah, we have a bunch of PCG graphs just right next to each other to spawn all this detail, and hopefully with world partition the other PCG graphs are not getting loaded at the same time. And there's also a lot of other things I can do to optimize this. Basically it doesn't have any collisions, just these big pieces of concrete that you could probably use as, okay, that was a big frame drop, as kind of like cover and stuff. But yeah, pretty nice. I'm actually getting to like a good amount of detail, like to the level of detail I want to for the environment. These are the props I'm using, I just have them here. So yeah, I wanna add some cool props, make it look. It's kind of hard to tell, to be honest, that this is a hand. Yeah, not the best placement. I think it might work better if I make it like hang from a building. Because you cannot really tell. It will be even cooler if I can make it like hang. No, I'm just building the Lego. Yeah, we can spawn different types of AI using these volumes. We can choose what type of AI and what type of behavior tree it's going to use. So we can definitely have different enemies. I got a couple of different enemies. We have ranged enemies, melee enemies, and I'm using the combining this template, the RPG engine template, with the boss AI toolkit. So we are adding some some functionality to it, to have more abilities. The integration is still kind of rough, but let's see if I can show you another enemy that I have going on here. How do you call this one? This one. So this enemy, it's a ranged enemy, but it also has a flamethrower, and it has a jump and stomp. There's some cool abilities I want to integrate into the enemies. Yeah, it does. It does. I do. The locomotion I'm using is the gasp. So we have this guy who kind of like shoots flames, kind of. So the flames are projectile based, so I need to figure out how to make it so they actually look like they're coming out of the center of the enemy. Yeah, this guy is a little bit too strong. Kinda. Yeah, the enemies need a lot of work, to be honest. You see, we have that waiting time that I need to change. I'm actually gonna put this behavior tree how it was, because there's some stuff I need to figure out. There's like a token system, so enemies kind of like take turns kind of thing. Even though it's like an action game, they do take some turns, so it's like they get hit and they get you a space where you can hit them back. This was like more originally designed for like sword and shield kind of battles, so that's why they have like that kind of like token system where they kind of like take turns, for a lack of a better way to explain it. And I want to get rid of that token system, so they just attack. No, the game is not available yet. This is just a passion project for now. I might release a demo. Eventually, but for now I'm just kind of like testing. Yeah, I was kind of thinking what to do with this game, and at the end I decided to. Okay, we got a crash. At the end I decided to just do what I originally wanted, make like a big environment, and see if I can, make like a cool exploration game. I always wanted to like build a not an open world, but like a big open environment, and see if I can make it performant. So it's more like a kind of like tech demo project, kind of like me experimenting with like large environments and stuff. It's been a couple of months already. This is Unreal Engine. It's been a couple of months since I started with the RPG engine. This is the template I'm using. Yeah, this template is very cool because the developer of the template is pushing a lot of updates out. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Not only because like you can ask the developer like a lot of questions about like how to use the template, but also yeah, he's going very hard with updates, so it's kind of cool. Let me hide this stuff. So in editor, we don't really want to have this rebar PCG visible because it's just too heavy. For the editor. Yeah, I wanna see also how can we take advantage a little bit of the inside of the buildings. So the idea is to my original idea is like this is kind of like some kind of like mech graveyard, like a big battle happen here, and then you see all the yeah, he hits a little bit too hard. Yeah, these enemies are coming out from the ground. The cool thing about spawning the enemies like this is that it allows me to like play a sound and play like its original animation, because all of this is based on a retargeter. So it's kind of hard to use non-humanoid characters for the project. There's a workaround with the boss toolkit, but it does require a lot more work to get a good animation blueprint kind of like set up for that. Because I do have other creatures that I would like to use, which are like four-legged and like some more some crazy creatures that are not humanoid. Okay, so yeah, let's see what can we do here. I want to use some models that are a little bit heavy, but kind of want to use them here. But we need to do a little work on them, because I want to scatter them around like mech pieces, broken mech pieces, but we need to break them in pieces first. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this robot here. Yeah, yeah, those are inspirations of mine for sure. I definitely like Resident Evil. So this is the AI scatter. IA scatter, I think it is. This is another tool. It's not PCG. but it's very nice, especially for baking stuff. A little, like any tool, it takes some time to get used to this, but it's very cool, especially the baking aspect of this. Again, this is stuff you can definitely do with PCG. It just takes a little bit more time and effort. Hey, how's it going? Doing good. I figured out a couple of things these days. Especially with scattering, so I'm super happy about that. Let me see if I can show you. Rotation, a little bit more like that. Yeah, I want to scatter a little bit of these cables around. Yeah, actually, yeah, let's put this somewhere here so I don't forget. Yeah, I want to make it very foggy, very foggy. And I want the weather to change a little bit. I still need to figure out some stuff with the ultra dynamic. Are you allowed to jump through windows? Yeah, the issue with these buildings is that we do have windows, which I want to make breakable. I still don't know how to do that, but we do have chaos destruction in the project. Just need to figure out how to set it up for the windows, because now they are invisible, so I don't really know where the windows are and not, but we do have like everything's walkable. That's, oh my god, no crash. Okay. I do like that in games where you can like really just walk everywhere. It's super empty though, but I appreciate it. Yeah, so here we have windows, right? So I want to make it so we can actually break them. That'll be very cool. Not sure if I will be able to do it with all of them. That's probably not sure if it's doable, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff scattered. Can still probably get more detail. Yeah, this hand I'm gonna probably put it somewhere else. I got these enemies like coming out of the ground. Still need some cool VFX, like some soil like moving around. Here we have windows. Yeah, we need to clear that up. So yeah, let's try to get some mech pieces and try to make the map a little bit more, have some like hero props around, so we can actually guide the player a little bit better, because it's very easy to get like it's very easy to get lost in this city. Hey, how's it going? A special effect particle glass double image. Yeah, I need to think about the glass. Because ray tracing, like, it's a little heavy on transparent objects. Wanna see if I can fake it. One of those dirty glasses. I do have a bunch of RAM on this computer, but definitely you can get away with 32. How do you do this? Is it I got 128 gigs. I'm not sure what generation, but I got a bunch of RAM on this one. So yeah, the mech pieces. Let's get some of that stuff. Yeah, we got some cool stuff here. It's just that I wanna break it. So we have this and this one. These are kind of like very cool mechs. These guys are like super high poly, very bad example of what a game prop should be. But let's see if we can break them down a little bit. So let's start with this one. I want to break the legs and see if we can actually get something going. So I'm gonna make a copy. Gonna make a copy here and see if we can actually cut them up a little bit. Attributes, generate polygroups. You see the amounts of triangles, no good. Find quads, UV islands. Trying to find some maybe just a boolean might be easier to just cut them up, or this selection mode it gives me a little bigger. Yeah, let's try this one. Might be able to do some stuff. Yeah, metahumans are heavy. Metahumans are heavy for sure. They're optimizing it. Epic Games are making them more and more optimized for games and stuff, but using metahumans in games, it definitely requires a lot of optimization. Actually, this template I'm using, there's a metahuman version of the template, but I'm like, I don't really want to use metahumans, just because I know that it's gonna be painful to make them work. Okay, this is very heavy. Let's see if we can cut it here. it's good because like I'm using this kind of like a this is like a 3D scan kind of topology, so it kind of like works good for like a rusty broken mech. Okay, I want to get the big pieces off. Let's get the big pieces off. Then we're gonna just get the small pieces after generating quads. And then I want to see if I can fill those gaps. Might not be able to do it. Probably don't need to. And let's see what happens if we change the pivot point. And let's simplify this a little bit. Let's see how much detail we lose. Where is it? X form, model, mesh, simplify. Okay, that's 50%. Can we go? Let's see. I want to simplify to 10%. Okay. That's a little bit more doable. It looks pretty similar. Yeah, the simplification tools in Unreal are actually very nice. Let's see if we can get the loop. Nice feel. Oop. And then let's see if we can close that one as well. Right there. Feel. Oop. Nice. Okay, let's say that's a broken mech. So we need one leg, a body, and head. Maybe just body and one leg, and now we can scatter this around. Have you ever played the Unreal Warhammer game? I'm not sure there's a Unreal Warhammer game. If you mean the Space Marine 40K 2, I think that's not made in Unreal. And I have played that one. It's very impressive. I think they use their own engine. Let's attribute generate polygroups. And let's get one leg. Okay. Okay, that's kind of nice. Let's get rid of this bunch of stuff right there. Yeah, this is worse than a 3D scan. Okay, I think we got something there. Let's generate polygroups and find quads, just so we have smaller pieces. And here I'm going to try to get rid of any floating pieces. I think that's it. Then we're gonna simplify a little. Then we're gonna fill the gaps. If it allows me. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, cool. Pivot point, center. Nice. Now we're gonna get the body. And now after this we can scatter this thing around. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm very much inspired by the Forever Winter. The Forever Winter is like this kind of like dystopian sci-fi horror game. It's kind of like a different type of horror game. It's kind of like an extraction shooter, kind of like survival stealth thing, and the environments are just very nice. The environments are just very, very cool and like super detailed. Like it's crazy. And that game is a big inspiration to me, to be honest. It's kind of like made by a very small team, very experienced and capable team, but very small. And the game it's super awesome, but also it's very it has a lot of bugs, and the team like fixes those bugs very fast. So it's kind of like it really motivates me to see that even though they have a lot of experience, it's part of the process to, you know, to have like a bug, you know, to have bugs in a game, like, and stuff like that. But it's very, very impressive how fast they release updates. It's almost like an update per month, and it's just like $15 the game, and it's just very impressive stuff. Okay, let's get the body. Okay. I'm just trying to get rid of any floating pieces. Don't really want floating geometry. Yeah, I think that's probably good enough. So yeah, I was thinking like, what should I do with this project? And then I was like, yeah, let's just keep things as you know, I wanna keep my original vision for the project, which was like exploration, a cool, nice environment, have some cool NPCs and stories and quests and stuff, like, you know, little things that you can do to like uncover the story, or kind of like learn about the environment. And also I want to make it like free roam, so like you can do things in whatever order you want to do them. Don't really want to have like a level, kind of like progression based on level, and kind of like gear and skills and level. Kind of want to make it like open, so you can just go and go explore, basically. And I think I'm not gonna have a mini map and not even a map. I think I'm gonna use a coordinate system, so it's gonna be based on coordinates, so you need to kind of like go and explore. Let's simplify. Where is it? Mesh simplify. Yeah, let's just make it very low poly. Then let's just get the edges right there and try to fill those gaps. I think some of them are not gonna. Yeah, I might not be able to fill some of them. Yeah, this this lower part is a little bit too broken. Yeah, we don't have a proper loop right there to fill, but we got the main body. In this case, I think I'm just gonna get rid of those faces. Yeah. Okay, cool. So now we have the arm, we have the leg, we have the body, and then we can actually just scatter these around. So they're gonna look like broken pieces. That's very nice. And we have the complete mesh as well. We have this other, yeah, that's kind of cool, little stylized. Okay, so yeah, let's do this with the IA scatter, and okay, we're gonna get some arms in there. Then we're gonna get some legs. And we're gonna get the body right here. Okay, that's kind of cool. Now let's work with this thing to place this kind of nicely. Instances, we want less instances. Number of instances, yeah, let's work with 9 instances for now. Okay, let's not ignore any mesh to trace on. Okay, let's lay them down. And I'm getting the same. the same issue I was getting yesterday, and to be honest, I think I'm not gonna deal with this right now because it was a headache yesterday, and it's not giving me the collision message. So we're gonna just do it with PCG. To be honest, I don't want to deal with this tool right now. Okay, BP scatter instance static mesh bulky mech. Okay, it's colliding with itself. Okay, yeah, we need to clean this up. That makes sense. Let's just give it a quick complex collision. There you go. Now it's on the ground. Okay, cool. I was like, a physical RPG character. Okay, let's see if we can. It's colliding with the character, huh? That's kind of funny. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of funny. Like it collides with everything. It's kind of hard to tell what these pieces are, to be honest. Yeah, a little bit. Okay. So scale. Yeah, I want them a little bit more spread. Okay, the other problem, scale. We don't want this to be we want the scale to be uniform. That makes way more sense. Scale uniform 1:1. Is in and out proximity ratio. Scale fall off, I think it's 0. I want all the pieces to be the same size, so they feel part of the same mech. Scale, no wait, seed. Let's randomize. Okay, that's starting to look a little nicer. Overlap. I think overlap 3 works better. Number of instances, let's try. Since we are using the overlap method, I think we can go higher with this. Alright, that's... Not very happy with these meshes, but definitely gonna add. Gonna add more detail to this. Kinda funky, to be honest. Let's see how they look around here. But we need to ignore some meshes here. Just ignore everything but the landscape. That's a better way to do it. Way better solution. Thinking what should I add? Let me get a cup for this. Okay, it's taking a little longer. Taking a little longer to load. Performance is dropping a lot. Most likely because of the collisions of these. Of these props. Yeah, we need to simplify these collisions. They take a lot from performance, and we don't really need these collisions to be complex. So we're gonna make them let's see if we can get something. Convex decomposition. Yeah, that works perfect. That works very nicely. It's a super low poly collision. That's a good trick. Create another one here. And we could probably add this to the PCG graph as well. Might be even better. That's it's getting hot in here. Oh. Today, I mean, yesterday was super windy. Today is not windy at all. I think I'm gonna just open this up. Yeah, that's way better. Okay, cool. Nice. I think that's gonna give us better, and then we can probably get less. Yep, less of them. it tells you what is colliding with, which is nice. Yeah, those collisions work. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use that method for all collisions, to be honest. Yeah, the walking speed is a little bit fast. It's like it's a little bit fast. We have running, but the walking, like the basic speed, it's a little bit too fast. Kind of want to make it go slower. I think it's not a big deal. To change that up. Like this speed, I think is nice for walking. Yeah, this doesn't even have collisions at all. Yeah, this prop right here, it doesn't really do much. You cannot really appreciate the silhouette. I want more stuff like overhead. I want like buildings tilted or something on top, because it's for example, these bridges and this tilted building, it does add a lot more interest, make the whole thing more interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking adding some pipes. Maybe like this is like a destroyed city, but somebody took over this space. and started like building on top of it. Maybe like kind of want to have like bio mechanical creatures. So maybe we can go from there. Yeah, let's see. Those are interesting props. I haven't used those ones yet. There's a voxel tool as well that I want to try out. Definitely want to make it rusty. These are part of a group. Wow, that's huge. A little bit too ridiculous. We can make it 0.3. Oh crap, okay, it's not modular in that way. I think it's not modular in any way. Kind of. That symmetry doesn't really look that nice. So yeah, let's try the pipes. I totally forgot the pipes. Where's... Okay, well, let's just... try these ones. Just to have something over. Just makes things way more interesting. Doesn't really make any sense at all. But let's say these machines took over this. This area and started building their own thing here. It does add a lot to have stuff. Stuff on top. I'm kind of just playing around and seeing figuring out what props make sense. These pipes are very cool. and they go around. They go around a square. We might be able to use them since these buildings are pretty much rectangles. Definitely don't want that texture, so let's try this one. We do need to do something about the windows. The windows. Let's see if I can find it. I think we do have something. I'm just... yeah, I don't really want to use transparency on this stuff. Translucent, double-sided. That's not very good. And ray tracing doesn't like translucent, it likes masked. Yeah, we need to get... yeah, we need to make some kind of material that goes in there. No, I don't think I have anything. Translucent double-sided, yeah, that's not... yeah, I'm just gonna put a placeholder there for now. Just so we can see which ones are actually closed and not. That one kind of works. We just need to find a nice texture for it. I think this has some cool masks, some cool textures here. Hey Zero, how's it going? I bought the Neostar one and it's so heavy it's pretty much unusable. The Neostar. This is the Warzone Kit Bash kit. It's super low poly. It's you see, it's a little bit rough in some areas. Some buildings look very flat. Let me show you. Like this. Oops. So yeah, this is the Warzone one, but it's a super low poly. It would be nice to give it like a nice boolean, just chip off some of these edges. That would be nice. I'm trying to figure out the glass because ray tracing, it doesn't like to be double-sided and translucent. I think Nanite doesn't like to be translucent and double-sided. No, I think it's ray tracing which gives issues. So wanna make a super basic, like opaque glass material. Yeah, all these Kit Bash props, they look nice from far away. You can definitely get some good results. I think it's good that they're super optimized, because yeah, I rather have something optimized than something like very good looking but super high poly. All right, let's see. So simple glass material here, and I want to add some cool textures to this. Advanced glass. And here I know we have some very cool textures that we can use. Maybe This one. Is this normal? I want to have a coordinate system, not much of a mini map or a map itself. I think I want to have a coordinate system. Maybe we can have like a map, kind of like showing the different areas where they're located, but I'm not sure if I want to have like a mini map that shows specifically what's in that area. Kind of want to make it more of like an exploration game. I think that could be nice. I don't know what this is, but I think it's not maybe. I'm not sure if that's a normal map or what. Maybe not. No, it's not a normal, it's just... Do we have the normal for this? Okay, yeah, I think this is the normal. Nice. Now we're getting some shutter glass kind of texture. And we might be able to combine this a little bit. This is the RGB. Opacity mask, maybe it comes from here as well. Okay, that works. Blue channel works. Just don't want to get this color here. Red is black. That's nice. Green. What is green? Also black. Okay, that's a little nicer. Alpha. I don't think we need alpha there. And I think this multiply node might not do much. Let's just go like this. I think that makes sense. We're using the opacity, getting some normal information. I think that's good enough. And we are going with masked, not translucent. So I think this might be nice, just to get some details in there. Pretty off scale, to be honest. We should probably change the UVs on this, but I don't want to do it on the mesh. I want to do it on the material, so I don't touch the mesh. And we do it here by going texture coordinates. Texture coordinates. And I just want to make it like twice. As big. I mean, half as big. Let's see, maybe 4. Let's get a little bit smaller with this. That's a little nicer, and we might be able to go a little smaller even. Let's go double. I think we're gonna start seeing repetition, which is not so nice. Yeah, so we wanna go maybe 6. I think that's good. The color is kind of strange. Yeah, the color is kind of strange. It does look like a mirror. Also, I think it's too reflective. What I need is some kind of like dusty, dirty texture for where we are, like in a very deserty, sandy area. So let's see if we can find some. Some texture for this. Oh, we have a deer mask right here. It looks like. Oh, we have 2 deer masks. Nice. That's probably the one. Let's combine this and put it here. I don't want the red color. Oh, okay, so red channel is not red. That's funny. Then maybe we can give it some color like this. More like a little bit more pale. Okay, we're getting something. I don't like the reflection, and also the tiling of this. and it might not be tileable, which kinda sucks. Oh, it's not a tileable texture. There's a way to make it tileable inside the material graph. No, I think specular one is good, but roughness, let's make it less shiny. Not really. Oh, wait, I'm doing this totally wrong. I should probably use this as roughness. The only problem is the tiling. The tiling really is not really working so nicely. That makes sense because we have like clean glass and dirty spots, so that makes way more sense. And this floating piece of glass right there. Yeah, I think I'm going to see if I can tile it, which it's only on some of them, so we might be able to fix this. By going to UV transform, let's see if it allows me to move it. I think it does allow me, but this mesh might be too big. Yeah, I'm not gonna do this with all the windows. Maybe we can give it a quick box. A quick just UV, I think might. Yeah, because we're gonna have this issue everywhere. Yeah, let's try that out. So it's a little bit. A little bit big, but let's see. Hey, it kind of works. I mean, it is a box. Should work. Yep. Now we have consistent UVs. No issues on the glass. Probably gonna have more repetition on the windows, but we don't have that nasty cut anymore. I think this kind of works. Textures are uniformly scaled, and I think it's good. I think it's better. Yeah, let's go with this. So nice to have some modeling tools in Unreal. Awesome. Okay, nice. Okay, we got some glass going on. Let's lock the group. These pipes, they really make no sense. What we got here? Oh wait, are we still getting? Yeah, we're still getting that issue in some windows. Floating pieces, oh my god. Yeah, this I mean, this is glass, right? It should be super shiny. We're having some of it, some dirty spots, but I think it makes sense. If not, it will look like plastic. But again, I'm gonna try not to get stuck in little details like that. Are we snapping to anything? Okay, no. Yeah, this transform UV tool is so nice, just to move little things like that. And that's it, not gonna touch this too much. It's funny because like the amount of polygons this has, it looks like a Cinti polygon kind of asset, but it resembles a realistic building, kind of cool. It's like the simplification of the shape to the maximum, which is nice. That's what you want. Those pipes are a little bit high poly. Yeah, the issues that we do have a lot of windows, and I'm not sure what details. This is good for the ground. Since we have so many windows, it's kind of hard to place pipes in there. Rust panel. I cannot find this texture. This material. We need more triplanar stuff. Oh, that's a good triplanar texture. Yeah, the UV map of this one is very specific to the texture they were using. Okay. Let's actually get this glass, which looks like metal, into all the buildings. Let me see if we can change that. Some of these buildings are not so nice. There's one that really looks like paper. Like a cut out building from paper. Also, the problem with using these assets is that it really grounds the whole aesthetic a little bit more into like realistic. It's gonna be a little bit more like grounded in reality. So the other buildings also need to be more grounded, and I have these other buildings that are a little bit more like Star Wars like, so need to kind of like match them a little bit. Let's see if I can figure that out. Okay, let's add some glass. That way we can actually see. This is gonna add a lot to the environment, because yeah, these props look very empty without glass. Yeah, that looks way more believable. And some of these we have some C-fighting issues, some serious issues right there that we're gonna fix very easily with the Boolean union operation. Which is kind of funky. Like I wouldn't be expecting this from a Kit Bash asset pack, which is kind of like this one. We don't have glass in here. No, I think this one does not have glass. Let's get this one here. Nice. That's nice. This camera follows me. Okay. The one that let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this is the one. A main. Is it this? Is it this one? MDA main. Old creepy buildings. Yeah. A main. These are Kitbash 3D assets from the Warzone asset pack. A main. A main BG. MD. Wait. MDA. I think this is it. This one has a problem. Let's see if we can actually look at it. Here. There you go. This is the problem. We have some sea fighting there. I think I might be able just to come here and do a union boolean, and I believe that's gonna take that face off. Yeah, this is a little bit too big, I think. So the other solution is attributes, generate polygroups, find quads, okay, there you go. Yeah, find quads. I think that might work. And we want to get rid of this face. Wow. This building, yeah, it's a little, does have a little bit too many. It's just a bigger prop. I think the topology is pretty good. we need to use this modeling dot poly edge limit. To be able to edit this. Now it allows me to, and I wanna see if I can delete this face right here, right there. That's it. Nice, now we don't have that flickering anymore. We do have it on the side. And we're gonna clean it up. It's, yeah, I mean, there's not a perfect asset pack. Even these super high quality publishers still have some issues. There's not, you're not gonna find a perfect asset pack, which is just nice. For people who are publishing assets, it's like it doesn't need to be perfect. Here, how can we select this other face? Oh, right there, that one. Yep, let's get that one off. Yeah, that flickering was, that sea fighting was a little bit too noticeable. Nice, now we have this nice texture right here, and it's not flickering anymore. That's very cool. Now let's see how this looks. Okay, let's check. It does look way nicer with the windows. Kind of work. I mean, as long as you use enough fog, you can get away with most issues. There's a lot of floating pieces. I will need to give it a little cleanup. For example, this building right here, this mesh, and these super straight edges here. I see where they use the slice tool right there. Those things we could probably Yeah, this looks like paper right there. That looks not so nice, to be honest. It would be cool to get like piles of sand on the edges. I think that would be very nice. Like this right here, it just looks like, what the hell is this? I mean, kind of like paper. And this straight line here really breaks the whole thing. You will never see a straight line like that in concrete. It just really breaks the whole asset. But we got booleans, and we're gonna just break that into a nicer shape. I haven't thought about it, but this PCG graph right here, I want to see if I can actually spawn it with yeah, we can do it with data layers, but I think H lots, using properly the H lots might fix this. I need to learn that. There's a tutorial I was looking at, but it's a little tricky, to be honest. And it takes forever to build H lots, so I might need to just make a dummy project, practice H lots, and then bring it here, bring that knowledge here, because it really takes forever to build H lots. You kind of need to leave your computer all night just building H lots, and it might crash. So it's kind of rough. Last time I tried it. Hey, how is it going, CLT? Last time I saw your live, you were creating a game in a look or something. This current game is amazing. You were creating a game in a look or something. Not sure if what project you were talking about. Maybe you're talking about the same project. But yeah, this is like a very big map. I'm trying to experiment and see how much. Oh, we have LODs right there. You see how it breaks? That's why I like nanite better. I'm trying to test how much detail I can push, and I want to see how big the map could be. I'm just kind of like making a test and see how far can I push it. And I mean, I'm getting like pretty bad performance right now. It's less than 30 frames per second, and it's cause there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff going on, and especially this thing right here. This PCG graph. So this is the landscape. This is kind of like the whole area, and here's just this kind of like city. In the center we have some other cool stuff. There's some couple of desert towns. Here's gonna be like this area is kind of interesting. It's gonna be like some kind of appreciate it. Here is like a dumpster kind of thing. Like this area is kind of interesting. The thing is that I do want to have a lot of verticality in the level, but it's kind of difficult to work with verticality. It just really makes kind of like double the amount of work. But the thing that is really killing performance right now I'm just like putting stuff together, just kind of like building a Lego, kind of like putting a lot of stuff together. You see this, it's a PCG graph and we have one square right there. That's crazy. Like I'm getting just 5 frames per second if we have it all at the same time. So I want to load this with data layers. So when you reach the end of one of these blocks, you load the next one. Or maybe you just load the ones that are next to you. I kind of need to think about this. There's probably a better solution to deal with this, because it's kind of funny. Like if we have it all visible at the same time, it's very heavy. But if we play, the world partition kind of like unloads most of it, and we can get away with better performance. So I'm not sure if I need to break this into smaller chunks. There's probably a better, smarter way to deal with this. I'm gonna ask in a PCG Discord what could be the best solution here. You see, we just hide that and we get like almost 100 frames per second on editor, which doesn't mean much. Because when we play, it goes down again to like 30, which is kind of like playable, but not really. This is kind of like the whole goal of the project, kind of like experimenting like with big environments and see if I can make them run. Yeah, that's the whole deal. Wow. There's a lot I need to learn to achieve. To achieve decent performance. Now we're getting 10 frames per second, which is unplayable. I started using Unreal in a couple of years ago. I started using Unreal 4.25. I'm a 3D generalist, so I know a little bit about the whole 3D pipeline on how to make like short animated films. So I know a little bit of modeling, texturing, super basic rigging, animation, character animation, you know, your basic 3D pipeline. And during university I started making visuals for concerts and stuff. So I was doing some motion graphics in Blender, and I worked doing that for a bit, like projections and you know, like the visuals for projections in music events, LED screens, all that stuff. And then I got a small job doing 3D environments for a small office during COVID. They needed me to create like kit bash, kind of like this green screen backgrounds. So that's how I got into Unreal. And then I graduated from university, and I made a little my final project. It was like a little how do you call this, like some kind of like documentation showing how to make environments in Unreal, like very basic, like how to make a landscape, how to put a material, how to kind of like very basic stuff, very basic. But my university really like it because they don't teach Unreal, they teach Maya, and I got a lot of people into Unreal through that. And after that, I got into I got an internship in Germany. I went there and I did a I think it was 4 months, something like that, internship, and then I got a freelance job from that studio for a year or something, and then I did some freelance, and then I got into a publicity agency doing 3D renders for cars using Unreal as well. And now I'm unemployed, working on a personal project, kind of like taking it easy. Taking it easy, and whoa, good thing we don't have fall damage. And that's how, yeah, that's basically my Unreal story. So yeah, basically I learned. I don't want to say self-taught, because I did take some courses for Unreal. I took the UNF Games Action Adventure course. I did a bunch of YouTube tutorials, and I learned through my internship. I learned a lot in that internship, and I also worked with other people, also as a freelancer. So I worked. I've learned from other developers. But mostly just making projects and asking for help. Asking for help in different Discord groups and stuff like that. Also through my YouTube, I've met a lot of people who use Unreal, and it's been very very nice. I'm pretty sure this building should have some glass in there. Yep, it should definitely have some glass. That's way better. So yeah, now I'm working on this personal project, just kind of like trying to make a open environment, and trying to make some kind of like a horror survival kind of like exploration game. And I'm using the RPG engine, which is a template. super nice template, and I'm combining it with other stuff as well. So basically, just putting stuff together, which is a lot of work. To be honest, there's no escape, because if you're working with already made systems, you need to learn learn enough about them so you can actually modify them and use them. It's a good like startup, but it's kind of like a sword with two-sided sword, because sometimes you don't know how the template works or how it's set up, and it takes a while to understand what's going on. In the other hand, it's also nice because you can ask the developer of the template and get help from the Discord community and the developer himself and stuff. So it's goes both sides. Yeah, we are not able to get out from this area. I think these buildings are a little bit small, to be honest. If I go over some of the door frames, maybe they're windows, maybe then, yeah. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, no, I think they're fine. Yeah, that building right there, it does look like paper. That one, I think I'm not gonna use that one. It does look like paper. It reminds me of those buildings you make when you're a child, like just cutting out paper. Don't really want to use that one. Okay, cool. I thought for some reason the fog looks a little bit less intense than before. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I wanna make it very, very foggy. We're gonna have some dynamic weather. Might as well just take advantage of that. I think I need to go play the Forever Winter a little bit to get some inspiration for this environment. not sure. So the biggest problem is navigation. It's level design in the meaning, in the sense of it's kind of hard not to get lost in here. Everything looks the same. We have this bridge. Everything looks the same and the same and the same. It's very easy to get lost. We need landmarks, something that looks different. And I want to find that like sweet balance between like, okay, this is a big environment and stuff, and you kind of like get lost for a couple of blocks, but then you are able to see something and you are like, okay, I know where I'm at. Like this is this part of the map. That looks very weird, yeah, this building right here. They probably just made it with a wrap deformer. Okay, let's see. I think I'm going to yeah, this is kind of cliche, but it could work like a landmark. Let's see, maybe if I use some of these. Okay, let me see. Also, it's a little bit too big, to be honest. Okay, let's start changing stuff up. Is it possible to grab one of those buildings and just put it flat on the ground? Will be able, I mean, will we be able to walk through there? Because that will be kind of cool. Let me just get some of this debris off. Let's say this is the foundation of the building. Maybe not, but let's just put it there, because it would be very cool to actually walk inside of this building. Hey, how is it going? So let's put it here. This will really change the landscape a lot. we cannot really have these buildings intersecting, because obviously if yeah, they will be demolished by this big one. Okay, let's see what happens. Because this could be very cool to walk inside that building. I'm not sure if we will be able to fit the character right there. That could be nice. So I'm making this kind of like a broken city, kind of like that's nice to hear. Broken city, kind of like a war zone aftermath, kind of like there was like this mech war here, but then these biomechanical creatures came here and they started using this place for their own purposes. So it's like a retaken city. Okay, we have some floating stuff there. What is that? Is this the PCG graph colliding with the building? Okay, I need to check the collisions on this building. But the question is, can we actually go inside this? Oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. I like this. So this is a building just laying down. This is cool. Yeah, I like big concrete structures, kind of like brutalist architecture. We're gonna have some of that in another area, which is not gonna be destroyed. It's just gonna be kind of like standing. It's gonna be part of the industrial area. Yeah, this is kind of cool. This really changes the whole thing. The thing is, I need to make it easy for the character for the player to be able to go out and in, because yeah, we need more of this. Yeah, this is some crazy intersecting buildings, but we definitely need more of this stuff. More like, again, it's like indoor. It's like an indoor open space. You have some light going in, and then it goes totally black, totally dark, and it's kind of nice contrast. But we do need to break it in a way that allows the player to go out easily, like this. We need spaces where you can actually go out. Okay, so what is this here? Why are we getting that stuff floating in there? First of all, let's double check these collisions. I'm pretty sure this is complex as simple. Good thing this is a kind of like super low poly mesh. So I don't see the issue. Oh wait, I need to recalculate the PCG. That makes a lot of sense. Yep, haven't used PCG in a long time. It's not gonna recalculate itself. So let's go Control H and let's find this graph, and that graph we're gonna regenerate or clean up and generate. There you go. Now we have a clean graph. I mean, it's actually gonna collide properly. This one as well, we need to clean up and generate. PCG is getting so good, like it's way faster than before. That's nice. Now we have this detail there. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. This thing is floating, we don't want that. Is this part of the building? No, we just push it down a little. Recalculate this, clean up, generate. Nice. It's a little bit too close to this bridge, to be honest. I want to break this bridge a little bit more. Let's push this a little bit here. Clean up, generate. Oop. Nice. Nice. That's super cool. And now this is a landmark. It's like, okay, there is a building in the floor totally laid down. So I'm dividing the city in 4 parts. So I want like a super strong landmark on each quarter of the city. So you are like, oh, I'm on this area, oh, I'm on here, I'm here. In the center, I also want something very noticeable in the center. That way you will be able to get around a little bit easier. I appreciate it, Marcus. Well, it's not like a big project, but it is a big map. I'm trying to. I was really thinking a couple of days ago, like, what should I do with this project, and like trying to check the scope, and like, I'm like, you know what, like, I want to go for what I originally intended, which is like a big map. I want to learn optimization, and I want to see if I can actually make I don't want to call this like an open world, but make a big open environment and see if I can make it run, which is going to be the difficult part. Let's just hide that stuff for now. Okay, cool. So we have that landmark right there. We have this one right here, which is kind of small, to be honest. Yeah, this hand, yeah, it's not really working out there. We could probably just put it hanging from one of the ceiling, from the roof. I mean, of the one building. That could be nice. Yeah, that's the way. That's the way to go. This is probably the project where I've been learning the most, to be super honest. Yeah, every day is just like, oh, let me try something, something here, something new there, and it's like 2 days of troubleshooting just to make an AI spawner, like super simple stuff, and it's like, oh my god. But it's nice when you get stuff to work. Okay, let's see. I want another landmark somewhere here. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanna pose these meshes a little bit, because they are like in a kind of like, that's a little bit too much. That's a little bit too big. They're like in a kind of like T-pose kind of thing, which is all like also kind of cool. Like they got deactivated kind of thing. They might come back to life. Who knows? Maybe that's why you have these machines coming back to this place. Maybe they want to revive these machines that are just the problem is that it looks very cool here, but from the player perspective, this is gonna look very bad, because this mesh does not hold from up close. Let's get this rebar regenerated. Okay, I see the collisions. Give me a second. We need some better collisions for this thing. Remove collision. Collision. Auto convex. Let's just give it full. Apply. Just so it creates a little kind of cage around the thing. Nice. That's good enough. Now clean up generate. Nice. Now we have some stuff. Is it actually generating? No, it's not generating on top of it. Huh. It's okay. I think it we need a different collision type, but it's okay. Just for performance purposes, I think that collision it's gonna work good. Then we can add different meshes for the debris. It's a little bit too repetitive. More concrete. We need more concrete. Rubble. I got some cool rubble, but I do want to make sure that it's super low poly. Also, I want to change the collisions for the rebar. just to make it more performant. Oops. Yeah, that mesh, I think we need to simplify it. It's a little bit too heavy. That's a nice landmark right there. It kind of works. I mean, it looks like a 3D scan, like a, you know, not so good 3D scan, but it works because it gives me this kind of like rusty metal messed up things, so that look goes hand in hand with this aesthetic. Kind of funny, taking advantage of this look, of this 3D scan look. It's kind of hard to tell. Like, I know the model, but for somebody who doesn't know the model, it's like it's kind of hard to even see. It kind of looks like a humanoid shape, but I can maybe see a hand right there, maybe a foot. A little abstract. I think might be interesting. This is kind of cool. Like, I wanted to use these models a long time ago, but I was building another area which is like an interior area, probably the biggest interior environment I ever made. I always work on exteriors, but we have a very cool interior going on, which definitely needs a lot more work. I think I want to simplify this thing. Let's probably simplify it. Mesh, simplify. That's kind of crazy. The simplification tools in Unreal are crazy. That's probably too much. Let's see, maybe 50%. 25, but 20. Yeah, it doesn't really change the shape that much, to be honest. I will say that even 10%. Yeah, let's go down to 10%. Anyways, it's just a piece of broken mesh. It's like a broken mech in there in the floor, so it did lose a little bit too much detail, yeah. Maybe 20%. I'm not sure if I can go back. That will be cool. Yeah, I got some cool desert vegetation. Yeah, I don't think I will be able to go back from this. I do have the original file, so no problem, I can always bring it. And replace it. Yeah, I think I went too hard with the simplification. Just want to see if we can go back. That's probably the simplified one. Yeah, it's okay. I can always just bring it back. I have it on the other project. Anyways, next time I will just make a duplicate. It's good. Like the less polygons, the best. Yeah, some vegetation could look very nice. It's like a very kind of like polluted desert environment, and I do have some cool vegetation, but I need to think about in what areas should I add vegetation to, because that opens up the possibility to have very lush areas with vegetation that look totally different from this more polluted, like forgot the word. Yeah, from these more like man-made areas. Yeah, actually, well, it's super low poly, but it's kind of works. If we scatter some of this trash on top of it, I think it might work just fine. You can really tell where the model is kind of like breaking a little, but yeah, it's okay. The less we can use, I think 20%. It's a good number for simplification. Weather. Another thing I need to figure out is that the landscape is not flat. We have some kind of like dune texture, some surface. It's like undulated, and the grass types, the vegetation that spawns through the landscape material on the floor, it gets kind of like it has this anti-aliasing issue, this flickering issue, and I don't know how to fix that one, which is kind of it's a big problem, to be honest, because I do want to have a bunch of like, I want the floor not to be flat. I want it to be like irregular, but it really takes away from the little grass and stuff. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's flickering right there. On the flat ground, it looks very nice. So I need to go ask the air and landscape. I'm not sure if they have a Discord or what, but need to go check. I mean, this kind of works. Yeah, fog is the best thing. Like, fog really just hides all those little details, blends in the whole thing. I understand why people use fog that much in games. Just really, I think that's what makes the Forever Winter look so good. The amount of fog and volumetric effects and stuff, it's like it really makes the environments feel alive a lot. Because obviously, like, if you go close to like a prop on there and you go very very close to it, it's like, oh, okay, I can see its problems. But the whole picture is just very nice. Okay, cool. So we have this landmark. That's kind of like a good. That's a very smart way to think about it. It's a little bit of like what people. One friend was mentioning this the other day. On the latest Zelda game, I forgot the name. Damn, I forgot the name of the last Zelda game. This is like open world Zelda game. You had like a landmark every so often, so we need landmarks. That's how the player is going to get around. It will be cool to make a map where you have only the landmarks placed and you have a coordinate system. So it's like, okay, so here we're gonna find this huge mech laying down. Here we're gonna find this other thing. Here's the skull. Here's the building laying down, and that's how you get around the thing. Get around the map on these straight lines right here. That's we're gonna boolean that out. Make it look nicer. Could probably get away. And another thing I wanna start adding, it's like NPCs, and I wanna add quests. I wanna. You see that flickering right there? That's very 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 bad. That doesn't happen on the flat ground. So we do have some vegetation, but it's very small. Very very tiny. Cool. Probably use some bushes, dry grass and stuff like that. Because I do want to save the taller vegetation. Like, we have some very cool palm trees, we have some very cool cactuses, and some alien kind of like some alien stuff also. Some very very cool foliage there that I want to use. So we definitely gonna have some like more natural areas. Also, this scattering PCG graph, I can also change the ground props from area to area. So you get more rebar on some areas, you get more concrete on some other areas. That's also gonna help differentiate. This glass actually came out kind of nice. Yeah, kind of happy with this glass. some UV issues right there. Some wires that go nowhere. Oof, yeah. World partition H lots. That's a big deal. Need to figure that one out. Because something I haven't achieved in Unreal, it's being very far away from like, let's say we don't have any fog and I want to see very far away in the map. You need like an imposter, kind of like a lower level of detail approximation of what that area is, so things just don't disappear abruptly when you get far away from them. You can kind of get away, you can kind of solve that with fog, but I mean, it will be nice to. Oh, I think we. Oh, this floating stuff. Yeah, some of these buildings are not. Not the nicest. Okay, it's almost 12. Okay, I think I'm gonna go for maybe half an hour more and then go to bed. Trying to go to bed a little earlier, so I wake up a little earlier. Yeah, the glass really adds another layer. This environment, I mean, I want to see if we can make it dark. That will be nice. It would be very cool to have like a light night, a day night cycle. Which is not hard at all with the ultra dynamic sky. Oh, we are back to the mesh. We are walking in circles. Yeah, some nice lamps and stuff, like some lights and stuff to guide the player. That will definitely help. That's kind of cool. Huge building just laying down. Oh. We are not able to go in there. Okay. Yeah, the capsule component of this character is a little bit bigger than usual. Okay, so here we are on the other quarter. This is another very recognizable area, another landmark, which is this building. This is the only building we're gonna have like that. We can have other buildings, but not that same one. Um, that music is a little bit too dramatic. What is this? Huh. What are those things? Cables? Oh, I think they were part of this. Yeah, that's funny. Totally forgot about those. This might work good on the bridge. Oh. Oh, that was... Oops. There you go. Thankfully this is super nicely named, so it's easy to find these things. The pivot point is totally in another place. Just gonna put them somewhere here for now. I do feel like yeah, they look kind of cool. I do feel like if we go full sunshine like this, the performance is gonna go down because we have way more to render. Kind of like the fog is actually working also to our favor because it's kind of like occluding what's very far away. I mean, the more pixels on screen, the more we need to render. Kind of funny because I usually think of fog as like, oh, it's just gonna make things slower, but it is probably gonna just help in this case. Mm-hmm. Here's like, okay, I just need to render a plane, and here's like I need to render all this mess. But yeah. What I wanna see is Yeah, it's gonna be dusty for sure. I do wanna make it super super foggy, super Silent Hill Desert Edition. Just wanna test my theory here. What happens if we have no particles, no dust, just pure sunshine? I think performance is gonna go down a lot. But originally, yeah, I that's the idea. I wanna keep it very, very foggy, very dusty, very um, mysterious and kind of like yeah, atmospheric. Use a lot of atmospheric effects. I think it's gonna help just overall hide stuff in the away from the player. Wow, it does take a while to play. Yep. 16 frames per second. Very, very bad. Oh, he jumped back up. You see, when you look far away, frame rate is like, oh no, we need to render all of that stuff. It's too much. We need to render all this stuff. We look back in here, and it's like, oh, 70 frames. Good. Then we look down, up, and it's like, oh no, I don't want to render that. Too much stuff in the distance. It makes sense, and it's kind of cool that fog helps with performance in this case. That's kind of cool. But it would be nice to take advantage of I kind of want to add a jetpack. That would be cool. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Get in there! Get in there! Oh. Damn! It does look like this movie, this Will Smith movie, I'm Legend, I think it's called, like the zombie movie, where this German Shepherd, the dog dies and stuff. Super sad. Probably one of my favorite Will Smith movies. Yeah, we need more variation on the ground. Definitely too much repetition. We need more concrete. Debris. So I do want to have it changing the fog. I want to make it like super foggy that you cannot really see like maybe 10 meters away, and then less foggy. Not like this. I don't think I'm gonna have it like this, because well, maybe. Also, it will be cool to have like acid rain, so you need to kind of hide and wait for it to pass. So we can have like acid rain for, I don't know, a couple, for like a minute or two, and then you need to hide from the acid rain, then you go back. Kind of like, yeah, I want to make the environment like the main thing. I would like to do some blending as well. Yeah, some blending. Um, that's not that hard to do. I think I did it already with one material. I can just copy the nodes. So the height map. So we get some sand going into the building, so it feels more grounded. For example, like this piece right here, that will never be possible. um, it's also kind of nice to have like this is kind of cool. Like it does feel like I'm like, it does feel like I'm outside in like midday. Super shiny. It's super sunny. We do have some god rays a little bit depending on the angle. Okay. Yeah, I'm still impressed. Like we're getting like, you know, not even 30 frames per second. In some cases we are getting it depends where we're looking at. But I'm impressed with the amount of detail that you can go, and that's just me experimenting with this, because I mean, I know we can make this run way better. There's so many things I can do to make this run way faster. It is very trippy, to be honest. Walking around this. I'm getting 40 frames, almost 50. Wow, that's crazy. The reality is that, yeah, I have a 3080. Like this will definitely not run in any lower system. Maybe it will, but it might not. Just not gonna look like this. You'll need to push the graphics down. I'm starting to like how it looks with this super shiny. The problem with the super sunny kind of like preset is that we have these shadows these ray trace shadow issues. They are we are getting the how to say this, so the ray tracing is using the lower level of detail of this prop to cast the shadows onto. That's what I understand, and I'm not sure how to fix that. And it happens only in some props, which is the strangest. You get these very weird shadows. Yeah, this could be a, yeah, we could probably use that in another place. That's not a good spot for this. Yeah, these shadows, it happens when the light is very strong like this. Again, only with some props. It's kind of strange. I need to research this. Is that a local idol? Well, the thing with this area is that a mech battle happened here. So there's this hand and stuff that looks kind of funky. It doesn't really look like I wanted to. We're gonna change this. We're gonna put it somewhere nicer. So the thing is that this is kind of like a big mech battle happened here, and they destroyed the whole city and stuff. And then we have these biomechanical creatures who came here and retook the city, and they started like building stuff in this area. Since nobody was using it, they took advantage of it, and they started like rebuilding stuff. So this is kind of like the old mechs, part of the old mechs, and maybe they're trying to like revive them, or like bring them back. That's kind of like what I have in mind for this. Yeah, kind of trippy. Let's see. So this is the preset for the dust storm. So you can see a lot. And we get away from that. We don't get those bad shadows anymore, because it's not like direct light. It's kind of like diffused light. Yeah, still don't know how to fix that, but it will be cool. It will be cool to have some, just the weather shifting. Oh. So yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it here. We got some progress today. Pretty happy. It's always like this. Like you have days where it's kind of like very slow, and then you have days where like things just flow a lot faster because you kind of like solved some issues, figured out some stuff, and then you are just kind of like building on top of what you know. Kind of like when you're learning new stuff, the first time is always going to be like slow and more challenging, but then the second time and the third time it's gonna be easier and faster, and it's like nice. So these are pieces of the other mech. So these creatures right here, they look like cockroaches kind of thing, like a lobster man kind of thing, but I want to make them like biomechanical, so they're gonna be like these sparks. Oh my god, it's funny. I have some other sparks in the other project. Yeah, I do like the definitely need to work a lot on the enemies and resource management, how much damage the weapons are going to do, how much damage. Hey, what's up? And the enemy logic and stuff. That's kind of like the hardest part, to be honest. Uh, Getting those things to work as good as possible. Also, the environment it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Get a cool looking environment, some decent level design, and an optimization. Yeah, just make this run decently. That's just gonna be another big challenge. Getting rid of these floating pieces. That's funny. Yeah, I do believe that we need to go very hard with the fog. It just makes it look way nicer. And I think I'm gonna make a build just to make sure that everything's working out. I added too much stuff to the project, too much. I think it's a good time to test it. We most likely gonna get some errors. We added PCG, IA scatter, very heavy meshes, and we added these spawners for these bugs. A bunch of stuff. Definitely need to test it in a build. I want to see the performance on a build. Also want to see the file size. How much is this gonna be? it's taking a long time to play because we have too much PCG. Also, I need to learn more about PCG optimization, how to bake these. Because there's a lot of stuff we can do to make it work better. Yeah, we can definitely reduce that skull. my dog just came. I think she wants to go out. But I'm starting to achieve that that feeling of exploration, that feeling of like, oh, what's behind that corner. It's starting to feel immersive, kind of like interesting environment to go look and explore. But I think I'm gonna leave it here. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of work. I don't think all the areas on this landscape are gonna be like super full. I'm gonna use some mountains and stuff to kind of like break things apart. And stuff like that. Kind of like to take space and like break a little bit the different areas. But yeah, thank you so much for watching and have a good one.